Hello Africa, welcome to another exciting episode of the CGC show. Remember, the show is proudly brought to you by the Association of African Universities, and we are coming to you live from the headquarters of AAU Accra, Ghana, and I am your host, Ajo Omi. Do follow us on our social media platforms at AAU_TV, on Twitter, Association of African Universities, on Facebook and YouTube, and at Aau TV Official on Instagram. Many thanks to GTP Fabric for my beautiful fabric, and of course Majestic Outfits for my beautiful dress, and AJ Makeover GH for my beautiful makeup. I have my guest here with me, and today we will be discussing cabin crew as a career path. I'll introduce her after the break. Stay tuned. Ismaila Bashira. She is a cabin crew and an entrepreneur. Come on the show.
Hi, Adra. How are you?
I'm
Good
fine,
to see
thank
you. Finally.
Yeah, I know, right? I was actually really grateful that I'm actually really grateful that you were able to make time to come on the show, since you are almost always traveling all around the world.
I'm happy to be here as well.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
So tell us, what do you do as a cabin crew?
Well, a cabin crew is somebody that works in an aircraft, basically.
Okay.
But basically, in the cabin of the aircraft, we try to make
Oh,
sure.
so it's not the whole aircraft, it's just the cabin.
Yeah, that's why it's cabin crew.
Oh, okay.
So you're in the cabin because we have the flight deck crew.
Okay.
So they are the pilots. So I'm in the cabin crew, meaning I'm working with the customers.
Oh, okay.
Directly. So we seek for customers' comfort to make sure that customer is safe, everything is meets the standards and procedures of the company, and of course the aviation as well.
Okay.
Basically, we are there to actually make sure that we move one customer from point A to B, and meeting their expectations, and all that they've been advertised on TV about what the aircraft is about, the airline is about. So we are there to actually drive the message to the customers.
Great, great. I'm interested in knowing how you started as a cabin crew. How did you start? Did you go to any school, some of the courses you took and all of that?
Actually, don't have any aviation background, to be honest.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I work with an international airline, basically.
Okay.
And they don't
and
actually...
how did
Well, it was this advertisement, and I actually wanted to accompany a friend, and I ended up being there. And I went to an interview, series of examination actually, series of interviews as well, for like 3 days. And from there they do their selection, they take back to their country to have an online interview as well. And lucky enough, I was picked. And I became the first Ghanaian to join the airline, actually.
Whoa.
Yeah, so...
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, but that's how I came across being a cabin crew. It's not a dream job for me, but trust me, I love it.
It's definitely you love it, because
amazing.
I see what you do and all of that. But it still baffles me. You didn't take any course, nothing.
No.
So how were you able to qualify?
My company, like I said, since an international, they will train you actually.
Okay.
They don't need you to have the aviation background, because they will train you from the scratch to whatever level that they want you to be. And yeah, it's not a requirement. You just have to be very eloquent. You have to have a basic education at least.
Okay.
And yeah, speak English, have a very good communication skills. They look for that because they're for that. And you go through a very intense training. What happens is whatever that you were supposed to learn in aviation school for like I don't know how long it takes, 6 months, 1 year. We do it in three months. Wow. So the books are huge. I got there and I was shocked, because I thought, you just got the job. 3 months, intensive. You just be on ground, studying exams for 3 months.
Wow.
And you don't want to fail, because the priority for them is actually safety and security. I think a lot of people think it's about service. No, the 99% of the job is actually safety and security. So they are very serious. And after the training, when you don't pass, trust me, it's a story I can explain. Some actually have to leave We were just 22 in the class, but I graduated with 12 because some left because of the intense. I was here in Ghana. I worked with Taloy. I had my degree, so it was just let me just go and try and see, you know. Let me just go and try and see. They came, okay, we were looking for girls. I'm like, let me just, you know.
Wow.
So it wasn't like I was, you know, I was waiting for it. Yeah, I was
planned.
actually working, and yeah, I had a good career, but you know, I thought maybe a change is good. So I just took an opportunity. When I had the opportunity, like, let me just, you know, and actually traveling to actually do my master's at that time.
Oh, okay.
So the same time, I had to decide which one to go with, if I had to go to the cabin crew. I'm like, okay, let me just go with. And, you know, I always tell my friends that you have somebody who is from, let's say, London or Australia, a customer from Australia, and you have to say another customer from a place like Kathmandu, you know, you should be able to treat these people equally. They have different perspectives. What do you do when a customer collapses? We have to know all this. But I'm a nurse. I'm a safety officer.
Oh, wow.
I'm a so you need to be everything. So every flight different. It's just like a car. Maybe some cars have one door, some cars has two doors.
Yeah.
So every car has its operation. So every morning or a doctor, you need to be able to provide the first thing because it will take all that needs to be done. And when it's important, you divert. Emergency case, so the doctor will tell you, look, this is serious. We have to divert. We diverted it to Canada. So we have certain situations that when it's very serious, we have to divert, which is a whole new story. But here we don't have specific roles. So let's say we need a nurse on board. Everyone is a nurse. Because you have to study to know.
Yeah.
Everyone is a safety officer there. You have to know. When there's fire, I know what to do. I'm everything. I'm the fire personnel. I'm everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you need to be ready to study if you want to have to want to come to this career. But I mean, it's amazing actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm so shocked. I don't know the kind of things, the kind of thoughts that we had, especially about cabin crew, and you have come to tell us what really it entails. I am actually learning. And I know you at home too, you are enjoying the show and you are learning a few things. Stay with us, we'll be back after the break. If you just tuned in, you are watching the CGC show on Aau TV, and we have been discussing cabin crew as a career path. If you've always thought you would need a passion for it before you can do it, because obviously it is not so easy like other courses or other professions. And Ismaila has helped us to do the discussion. What is the difference between air hostess and a cabin crew?
Initially, when aircraft or airlines started operating, girls were not trained to do intense training like we do.
Oh, okay.
Like I mentioned before, you were a first aider, you were a security personnel, a safety personnel, you were all that. It was just basically service-wise. It was service-oriented.
Oh, okay.
But now there's a lot of things happening. But cabin crew, we have, you have to be everything. You have to be the nurse. You have to be everything. Before even actually, they actually picked only nurses. If I'm right, what I know a little bit about history about flying and flight attendant was nurses for your care, for your comfort. But they realized that no, you know, it's not about being a nurse or just going to do the service or comfort, but safety-wise, emergency-wise, all these things comes in place. So hence maybe the name change from challenge. And other challenges would be
I think language should be a challenge. Or you are taught other languages too.
Well, it's a challenge, but it's not really something we can actually work with.
Oh, okay.
Because, like I said, our airline is not just I'm Ghanaian, so if I fly with a Ghanaian, I can speak to you. We have multinationals, so you have somebody. Usually, you can get one or two person who can speak French, somebody who can speak Hindi. So it's not really.
Oh, okay.
And even if it's so, we sometimes try our best. If it's food they want to eat, you don't have to open for them to see it's chicken. I'm sure they know what, you know, so. And if it's even safety video, we have the video. Even if they can't understand, they see what is then being done, so they can do the same. So yeah, it's a challenge, but like I said, you always have to think outside the box. You have to have that, you know, you have to think ahead. If you face this kind of customers, what to do. So yeah, language, yeah, but it's not really a problem for us. But the timing it's a major thing. Secondly, you miss everything this life has, honestly, because I don't know the last time I spent any special moment with my family. I'm leaving in 2 days, and it's holiday season, and I'm working in to be. I believe I also deserve a holiday. So yeah, but you don't get to choose. You miss my sister's wedding. You miss special occasions. It's sometimes sad. You know, you're out of this world. You don't know what is happening on the ground. Yeah, so things like this also. Some people can't. You know, there are people that can't live all by themselves. No family. You don't see anyone. It's just you on the phone every time with somebody in a lonely world. You go to some country. Most of the country, of course, you don't know everyone. You don't know someone in every country. You go to a lot of countries, like 158 countries, and you go to places that they also don't speak. You don't have your food. They don't. So yeah, I mean, you would actually miss a lot, but you should be ready for that. There's nothing like I have to go home because it's the, you know, you get your chances sometimes when you do that. They're flexible. I have this time. I need to do this. The connection, but. If you're giving everybody that opportunity, who is working? You understand? Yeah. So right now, I have to go for December 25th. I have a flight. Somebody has to go on a holiday. Yeah. So you see how it works. I have to come early. So that's these are some of the challenges. If you are like a mommy's girl, I'm sorry, there's no mommy to pamper. You need to be stronger and push through.
I see.
Yeah. So these are the few challenges I'll mention. But aside that, and your eating habit too could change because you eat everything. And you come at 3 a.m. and you're leaving at 11 a.m. in the morning. Like we have, you can actually have a back-to-back flight. You can fly non-stop for, 1 week without, Wow. We do have back and back. So I can have a flight. I can land at 3 a.m., 11, I'm moving again. So, and now you're contemplating, should I eat first or should I sleep first? You're hungry, yes, you need the rest. Yeah. And then the time zones are different. It's become so that the timing is really, it plays a major role because you end up not eating right and you don't sleep well because where you're from, it was evening. You come here, it's God knows midday. Like, how do I sleep now? Yeah. So these are the certain, those are just few challenges actually, but yeah. And maybe cultural differences, of course. Yeah. We have different, but like I said, as a Kabi, you listen means something else. There's certain things. So, but you get to learn as well. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. But aside, still on the challenges, what has been your challenging moment? Have you ever encountered a customer or somebody on a flight and then you guys had things? Again,
it's a very confined space. Everything that happens on ground happens there.
Oh, okay.
Everything. When I say everything, everything. Talk of death on board. Talk of birth on board. We have people, delivery. A cabin crew will deliver a baby for you.
Wow.
We are taught how to to do that. Whatever, stroke, anything, anything, fight. Somebody could fight over food. This is.
But I want you. I want you to share your
My
experience
challenge.
with me.
I mean, my experience so far would be, we had somebody who was shot in the States, so we had to carry the person from, and then he had a surgery, but the surgery was not. I mean, it was done, but they had to let him rest rest a bit, which they didn't. So we have to fly him to where we're going, and it was a long distance. So he started bleeding. You know, it's sad to see somebody in that pain. So yeah, we did all that we could, and they said no. If we don't divert, like I mentioned before, he could die. You know, so when you see somebody I mean, struggling in pain, and you know, yeah. So we had to divert, and of course,
see a lot of things.
we did. Instead of doing 18 hours, I flew for almost 29 hours in air.
Wow.
Like we did a whole day again. Yeah. So
And there were people in the flight. You had to go back.
Yeah, we had to go. We went to another country.
Okay.
We stayed in the aircraft in the airport for almost 7 hours on ground.
So
And
can
we were
I
there.
say that you guys didn't think about the people in the plane?
No. We do our service. We're just trying to give them water, food. You know, we just give.
Okay.
Because we're all struggling. You can see what is happening. And again, guess what? I'm struggling, but I have to hold on to my pain.
Yeah.
What I'm also going through. So you hold on to know. When you wear that uniform, your problems are here. You could be in tears. We're all human. We also go through challenges.
Yeah,
but guess what? Our duty that when you wear the uniform is to make that person smiles. So customers were frustrated. They would literally eat you up. But it's your duty to make sure that frustration is being turned into a smile. And it's like, again, back to personality. What's your personality? How do you change that?
But I'm sure there are some benefits that come along with it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So tell me some of them. Maybe I'll change my mind and join you guys.
I'll just keep that very brief and say, let's say, getting paid to see the world. How about that? Getting paid to see the world.
Briefly.
No, briefly. You can just get paid and, okay, this is fun looking. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. But, of course, I mean, the sacrifices are worth whatever we are being paid. But, I mean, I'm sure there are other jobs that take more than us, but yeah, it's good. If you have the opportunity, please. Yeah.
Maybe I'll think about it.
Yeah, you should come. We would want to have. We want more Ghanaians. We want more Ghanaians there.
I'll take the course or the exam and then.
Yeah. You you don't need to do anything. Any airline you want, you just go and apply online, and that's it. You go to their opening. That's it. Nothing serious, to be honest.
Wow.
You just have to be ready for questioning, like you're questioning me now.
And I know you to be an entrepreneur too. So tell me.
Yeah. I do own certain small businesses I'm trying to build here in Ghana, which is the Modern Muslim Girl.
Yeah.
And short is called the MMG. And it's a fashion. It's incredible. Please, we should all come. We should all be cabin crew. No, I mean, it's incredible because you learn more than what we are limited here.
Yeah.
Like if I'm working with a Ghanaian, it's Ghanaian, but how do you know? How do you work with somebody who's from India? You know, you learn a lot. And for me, I said there's no any customer service related or human relation job that I can't do. You know, and when I do come back home and I see our customer service or human, I'm just like, no, you can't work. You can't do that. You know, it's so different. But maybe years ago, it was very normal for me because I was in Ghana, you understand. But now, learning or flying, I realized that no, you know, I learned a lot and patient. You become very patient. We do everything. Girl, somebody with infant, now you have to help the mother clean up. You do all that. So yeah, I mean, willingly, not your responsibility, but For me, my patient level is very high now, and then tolerance, nothing really surprises me because we've seen a lot, heard a lot, and you also be a humble person because we fly with different classes of people. So you see how people live, you appreciate life, be grateful. It's beautiful, and of course you get the benefits. So why not? We should all.
And of course, personality. These are the basic to tell us more about cabin crew and all that it entails. And I know you at home too, you have been enjoying the show. Don't forget, the show is proudly brought to you by the Association of African DJ Makeover GH for my beautiful makeup, and of course GTP Fabric for my beautiful clothes, and Majestic Outfits for my beautiful dress. If you have any questions or anything that you'd want to know, you can just leave them in the comments box on our social media platforms, and you can also send us a WhatsApp message on +233 50123 8468, and we will have them answered to you. Enjoy the rest of our programs. My name is Ajaomi.
We are currently coming to you from ITA, and ITA is the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, where we are bringing you the advanced training for multi-method and policy-oriented research, brought to you by PASGA, and PASGA is a Partnership for African Social Governance and Research. This whole training is being powered by the AAU television. Now, in the next 14 days, we are introducing our participants to various methods, models, and some critical areas in research. Our idea is to empower early career researchers to really come up with research findings and output that can respond to the needs of Africa in terms of policy. Now, stay tuned, relax, and enjoy the best coverage from the AAU television.
We are going to kickstart the discussion, the conversation, with critical imagination, some kind of deep reflection on what we really want to do and how we want to do it. Then we move on to causality. At the back of our mind in this training is the fact that we don't want to do research for its own sake. We want to get maximum value for our efforts, such that our findings are useful for policy to solve problems in the society. So, for us to get to that point, our research should be able to address the cause of a problem. But what is causality? So the second part of the module will speak to that. Once you understand what causality is, then we go on to know the various forms of causal notions. That will then take us to revisiting how we have been formulating our research questions and hypotheses, and whether they connect very well with causal notions or causality generally. You know, as we frame our questions, as we develop our hypothesis, embedded in these are concepts. Concepts, what do they mean? How do we form concepts as part of the design? then that will take us to a very interesting part of the module, which is typology and typological theories. So this is what the map looks like for the module. Our objective is that we are able to introduce all of us to alternative approaches to designing our research and to have a conversation around what causality is and the place of causality in our research, and of course create opportunity for us to actually do something in terms of designing our research. We expect that at the end of this module, all of us should be able to design policy-relevant research using innovative approaches, and we should be able to adopt causality to policy-relevant research. So, we begin with critical imagination. To set the ball rolling, we'll take a little trip to Kenya, precisely to Dandora. Dandora is, okay, let me not preempt the video. We'll watch the video and see what Dandora actually looks like and how we want to approach Dandora as researchers.
farmer's choice. Mazingira pia inafitiwa sana. Kuna nyakati alikuwa anadispose ya mlima. Hiyo ndio nyakati ambapo mvua ilinyesha kubwa sana. Nairobi unaona manyumba zina kwa sababu takataka zimetupwa ndani. Kuna shule za msingi ambazo ziko hapo. Watoto wa wengi wanakuwa wagonjwa. Landlords wanaandika sisi malaria yote. Kuna nyumba ambazo hazina wenyewe. Hakuna mpangaji hata kidogo kwa sasa. Ile barabara ambayo iko hapo hivi ajali mingi zinafanyika hapo kwa sababu ukikuja kuslow down hapo tu ni dump site. Vijana wakiingia kwa gari watoe bunduki hakuna kitu tunafanya.
More money. So, okay, please.
I would just like to have my own impression about the video. I was just thinking that if the government were to make an emphasis on educating the people in that community, I don't expect somebody with a BSc being involved in what is happening in Andorra, the picking of the waste, fighting the conflict and all that. So I would probably want to see how education can transform that community. Make people see the waste in a different way, give them reasons to seek a better life than just picking waste from the environment.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, that's looking at it from the angle of a solution, isn't it? Yeah. And the assumption is that if everybody on the Andorra dump site were to have a BSc, probably the problem would not be there in the first place. But the problem is there already, so we don't know. What I want us to think about is to see the Andorra as beyond Andorra. We can superimpose the idea of the Andorra on virtually all other problems that confront us. Just look around. Where you see some people benefiting from the problem and they don't want things to change. And the more you want to change, the more things remain the same. So, Evelyn, quickly.
My interest is actually where the problem began from, especially multinational corporations. Because something was a query, the first people to make the dumping are the big organizations.
Yeah.
Whereas we talk about the end users, but we're not talking about the generators. Because that is where the issue of social corporate responsibility comes in. So even as the government has a look in terms of policy, from the generation of the West, what is the policy that we should put in place? Because a big company like Shell, and you take this dumping site near the residents, what is your social corporate responsibility as a multinational? What is your contribution in terms of that, even in terms of waste generation and management bit of it? So I would focus on the generators of waste and what is their role in this.
Okay. I think from this discussion, we're already answering the next question. That is, looking at the Andorra, what will you be interested in as a researcher and why? And we've seen those who will be interested in using education and those who will be looking at the policy upstream, how the waste is actually coming out and whether there are social responsibility frameworks that can be put in place to prevent it in the first place. So, we are going to be reflecting on the Andorra as we move along. I just want us to know that the Andorra is just for the purpose of opening up our minds. Those who are Nigerians know we have so many Dandoras around. By Dandora, I don't mean the slums per se. Niger Delta crisis, Boko Haram, kidnapping, corruption. You can just go on. And I know that Nigeria is not too different from Sierra Leone, from Kenya, from Uganda. So, now, coming back to critical imagination, we have Dandora, and we have Dandora-like problems all over. As a researcher, you then want to begin by thinking, okay, so this is the problem. complicated problem, complex web of actors at play, trying to defend their own turf, their own interests. So as the researcher, you want to figure out, what should I research? Why? How do I carry out this research? Where? These are some of the questions that we have at the back of our minds, and sometimes it could be very, very exasperating, to the point that you just want to say, maybe I should just give up. Yeah, I mean, there are times you just look at your system, or you just sit down in your room and say, oh God, what kind of thing is this? So this is part of the critical imagination. By critical imagination, then, we mean a deliberate, systematic decision-making about what the research will look like, beginning from a careful thought process, feeding the design, building on our understanding of the nature of what scientific research is. You know, critical imagination may look simple on the surface. That is, okay, I just need to sit down and think about what I want to do and how I want to do it. But, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we all know that it's easier said than done. We can deploy to help us overcome those challenges to critical imagination. So you don't have to write, you don't have to, just let's pay attention, let's have a discussion. These slides will be given to you, they are yours. Considerations in the very crucial to a very solid and successful design. Feed the design of our research. But we need to take a pause a little bit. Why? Why do we actually need a design in the first place? I mean, you want to do your research, you just jump into the stream and start to swim. Why do you have to design? I just love this building, you know. I don't know. Who else is with me? I mean, yeah, you know, this house, this is where Ernest lives. He is here. He is a big man. You know, Ernest is not a typical academic like us. It's not a, is an academic with... So, this house looks good, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure anybody here would not like this kind of, maybe some would like something bigger or something smaller, but the look, it looks nice. Now, as we look at this building, this structure, some things happened before this structure looks like this. Somebody had to sit down to figure out where will the bedroom be, where will the living room be, how much of space do we need here, how much of materials do we put in this. So, this building will not just emerge by magic. It starts from the design. So it is with everything that we use, our cars, our shoes, our clothes. Just imagine your designer just sit down without having it, just sew a cloth and say, okay, now, Evelyn, this is your cloth. Without any form of design, how will it look? The same thing applies to our research. And this is where design is very important. And the critical imagination in the first place that feeds the design is very important. So when we talk about research design, we're talking about a seamless connection. Okay? Seamless connection from the research question to the kind of method that we will deploy to the kind of evidence we want to build and to the kind of theory we want to construct or we want to test. We want to see everything all through, from beginning to the end, just like that magnificent structure. We have to figure it out. Are we together? Yes. Now, normally, a good research design will have to figure out what are the reliable explanations to this problem. How strong are they? Remember, we are talking about not just doing research for its own sake. We want to do research that will help us to solve problems, that will feed the policy process. So we have to consider the various angles to the problem by looking at what if it is the other way? How will it look like? How do you train gang members? How do you send them back to school? I just flag something quickly. I don't know whether we have people who are familiar with the Niger Delta problems in Nigeria. So, what is it that is unique in Adekemi's suggestion? Is there any parallel with the Niger Delta problem and the solutions that were devised?
I think the solution of an amnesty, people receiving vast sums of money for them to change and laying them. So now, apart from that, I want us to connect with Adekemi's suggestion. They were given scholarship to go abroad. What happened? What happened? Abroad.
So, I remember reading that some of them were abandoned over there.
They were.
I remember reading something about some of the people that were sent abroad for scholarship. The government at some point did not pay or could not pay their...
So what happened when they were not paid on time? There were instances they went to the university to beat the ambassador and beat the
Yes.
Were there instances that they actually beat up their professors in class? They did.
Where? Out there?
Yes. And they were sent back to Nigeria. They were deported immediately. And when they were deported, they reported in Abuja and still went to beat the people in the office. That why did you send us there in the first place? So the thing is that some solutions, we look at it on the surface, could actually be the beginning of another set of problems. So what it means is that at the level of design stage, at the critical imagination, so we have to think through. And we have to be skeptical of those solutions that we think are obvious. Yes, yes. So, now you give money to people because they were members of a gang or they were members of some militant groups. Let's do it like this. Now, I'm friend to Lafenwa, I'm friend to Kagbo, Adadu. We're young guys in the same area. And we understood that Adekemi, Jessica, and others were settled because they were part of it. We were not part of gangs. We didn't belong to any militant group. We didn't set up any because we felt it was risky, because we wanted to go to school, we wanted to do other things. But Adekemi and her friends set up a gang, and all of a sudden government called them and said, okay, you see, this is your gang, we don't want you to do it again. Take 50 million. Yeah. Huh? Then Adadu, myself, and Kagbo will say, what are we doing here? Remember, we were not part of it originally. So we then decided to form our own. By the time we were taking off, Adekemi and our group had already exhausted the money they gave them. we have already started bombing our own pipelines, and government was already calling us that, okay, you guys were actually more brutal than the previous group. Okay, so we increase your own pay to 100 million. And then Jessica will say, okay, so our money is almost, so we need to do something again. Maybe we get more weapon. So this time around, we will not get 100 million. We will be gunning for 500 million. And then those guys were, some of them were actually in school. But they felt, what's the point of being in school? Where we can actually make money from the amnesty program. And we can get set abroad. If we don't join gang member, government will never see us. And that's how the thing begins to spread from what looked like a logical solution to the problem. So, we have to question stated and unstated assumptions. We have to keep pushing the boundary of knowledge, shopping for new discoveries, particularly those with unintended consequences. Despite the good intentions, they end up producing new sets of problems. So our challenge as researchers is to figure this out right from the beginning at the critical imagination stage. Now, how do we push the boundaries? How do we push the boundaries? We keep on building on studies. So, if we look at this trajectory, maybe, this is our hypothetical examples. Aremu, I started by saying maybe school type influences academic achievement. In that way, we're saying if you go to a very good school, upscale school, you achieve more. If you go to a school that is not so upscale, you don't achieve. That's my conclusion from the study. But somebody else took off from where I stopped and said, no, school type is not enough. A child's ability is actually the main thing, which may be enhanced by the school type, and then you can have academic achievement. Then somebody came again to say, a child's ability itself is dependent on something. Even if a child is able, is talented, and it comes from a family where breakfast is not guaranteed, no book, no television, nothing. So, academic achievement cannot be guaranteed. So it means that the resources of the parent, which will walk through facilities at home and the school type, can produce achievement. Then it keeps on, we keep pushing the boundary. We keep pushing the boundary. But this is actually a real one. This is real, it's not hypothetical. A study which argues, by Bossert and Bevis, argues that centralized systems produce better access to primary health care because you can plan centrally and you can guarantee access to people. And then someone else revisited that thinking and said, no, I think it is decentralization. That is, when you decentralize, we have a government that is decentralized, then the chances are that the primary health care will also be decentralized, and then people can have better access. And then our very own Kilonzo and her team extended that conversation in her study, which they mentioned earlier today, and said devolution is actually the thing. But devolution in itself does not lead to improved access to maternal care directly. It works through autonomous and quick decision-making, coupled with availability at the local level, ambulances, clinics. Those things work together as a result of devolution to produce better access to maternal care. So the boundaries keep moving. So this takes us to challenges of critical imagination. As I said earlier, critical imagination is needed, it's necessary, and it's useful. But there are obstacles to it. There are barriers to it. One of the barriers to critical imagination is common sense. So, one of the barriers to critical imagination is common sense. There are some things that we get used to it. And we just know that, I mean, this is it. What Hirschman called untutored knowledge of the social world. For example, if somebody is arguing or putting forward an hypothesis that police in Africa are corrupt. I mean, this is common sense. We all know this, isn't it? Or that inflation will lead to higher prices of commodities. I mean, this is taken for granted, isn't it? So, one of the challenges to critical imagination is that common sense tend to override the search for critical imagination. And then you want to ask the question, where is the novelty in this? I like this quotation from Hume. An author is little to be valued who tells us nothing other than what we can learn from everyday coffee conversation. I think this can be used to search ourselves. What am I putting across? Is this something that people can get over the coffee table with colleagues? Or am I bringing something novel, something counterintuitive to it? This is very important. It's for us to reflect on. And then, another challenge, barrier to critical imagination is what we call trained incapacity. You know, somebody can be an expert in an area. There are people who are very good at econometrics. They know the rules, they know the principles, they know the steps. But that's all they know. Tell them something else. They say, no, that's not my area. I'm an econometrician. I don't do that. I don't do qualitative. I mean, I don't do interviewing. I mean, I don't use it. Oh, this is all. So that's essentially what they call trained incapacity. How do we move beyond trained incapacity? How do we step out of the usual? How do we step out of our comfort zone? I know some of our colleagues who will tell me, no, once I see numbers, I switch off. And I ask them, when you see your bank balance, do you switch off? You get confused. So, you were trying to say something. Yes. Yes, I mean, people are not ashamed to say, they say it proudly, to say, you see, these tables and graphs that you used to show us, I don't know anything about it. Once anything has to do with numbers, count me out. And I ask them, okay, if I send 1 million to you, to your account, will you pay attention to it? I know. If it is money, I will know the numbers. But if it is not money, I don't know it. You know. So, How do we step out of our comfort zone? Those things that we feel we are expert in. How do we stretch a little bit to something that can add value to us? How do we overcome trained incapacity? Okay, you are coming back. Okay. So, those are the challenges, barriers, obstacles that we need to overcome when we indulge in critical imagination at the beginning of our design. But beyond the obstacles, we also have strategies that we can deploy that will make critical imagination attainable and productive for us. So I want us to see some of this projected in the slide. Are we almost there, Ernest? So any questions so far? Any observation? Any comment?
I have a question. Also, I'm not going ahead of the class, so I guess this might come up later, but I'm thinking that as researchers, thinking critically, thinking of the unintended consequences of your solutions and all that, how far do you go?
You are truly...
ahead of
You are absolutely correct. You are actually ahead. So we'll be here together for close to 10 days or more. And after critical imagination, we'll take another step into the realm of causality. And how do we set the scope boundary? How do you set the boundary for that space? Those are some of the conversations we'll be having later on, today and tomorrow. So just any other comment or observation? So what do you see about critical imagination and the barriers? Adadu.
Yes, the social environment, cultural environment, other issues, background, could also inject or interject into critical imagination.
That's true. That is true. How? How do you think so?
Yeah, because the social condition could determine how well you want to project, how well you want to, and then the
How well you want to push that back?
push that.
Okay.
There could be limits, there could be extents to which you could go. All those are considered, particularly for us in Africa. We know that there are no-go areas. They will tell you, you don't do this culturally, environmentally, you don't do this. Don't do. These are some of the things. For some researchers, they find it difficult each time they are conceptualizing issues. They say, but what does it do to this group, this other group, or this other group?
Okay. Any other comment, observation?
Another possible issue.
Nyoma.
Yes. Another possible issue could be feeling you're not relevant in that area. Like some of us in the academics, you feel you're expected to publish within your area of specialty. And sometimes you want to write on a particular issue, and somebody will be asking, how is it related to your area of specialization? But you know it's related, but it's not easily obvious. You know how you can link the two. So you have first job of trying to convince every other person that it is related before you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So let's now move on to the strategies of how we can overcome the limitations to critical imagination. One way of doing this is to pitch our questions in a way that allows us to explore paradoxes. And, you know, the paradoxes, once you really conduct the critical imagination, will emerge when you look at a problem. This is an example. This is an example. And this is a very fascinating example by Schwartz. That is the paradox of choice. Why more is less. You know, what this work is about is to look at us as humans. We value choices, isn't it? And we want to have as many choices as we want. And what his argument is that while having choices is good, but the more you have, the less you actually have. The choices you have, the options you have, could become so overwhelming and demanding, confusing, and to get to the stage that it's actually depressing and it becomes counterproductive. So I want to give an example of one. I mean, as a Muslim, I'm entitled to 4 wives, for example, normally, legally. I just want to use that. Adadu is here. Now, but you know, just some days ago, I had some guests and they were asking me, you are a Muslim. You have money. They think I have money. So what is your problem? That you have just one wife. You must be a stingy person. You don't want to spend money. But I've seen this one, and I know that more can actually be less. You want to have as many cars as you want. And this if we actually get time, you can read about this. And you will see what people call vanity upon vanity. You see people will have cars all over the place. How many cars can they ride at once? My governor in my state is the one, that's the previous governor, not this current one. I'm from Kwara State in Nigeria. So the former governor, the workshop for the governor is where they used to maintain my car for me. So I went there and the engineer was telling me, showed me about 5 Mercedes-Benz parked like this for the governor. And of course, the governor doesn't travel. The governors can't travel on the roads anymore. The roads are very bad, and they are very risky for them. They fly. So why do you need 5 Mercedes-Benz cars? But the problem is that, so once in a while, they will just find a way to drive these cars to a neighboring community, because if you don't drive the cars, they spoil. And then the engineer will have to be sweating to maintain the cars, because if for any reason the governor will need to move to short distances and he needs it, the cars have to be functional. Now, they have so many cars, but none of it is functional. And it's actually a problem for the engineers to fix. All the time, they spend money on it for something they don't use. These are just a few examples of how Schwartz pitched this particular book, that we value choices as human beings. But the more choices we have, the less we actually have, because we create a lot of problems in the process that devalues that particular choice that we've made. It's a counterintuitive proposition, and it's also thought-provoking. So one way of catalyzing critical imagination to challenge common sense by posing paradoxical questions. Another way is to just try to find alternatives. This is the path. This is the path we usually tread. Why don't we try this way and see where it leads? It may be risky. But if people don't take the risks, we won't have these laptops that we are using. We won't have all these gadgets we are using. We won't have the new drugs to cure the diseases. So, as social science researchers, as policy researchers, we have to open our minds by way of critical imagination to explore alternative roads, alternative paths. And we can ask, what if? What if we explore an alternative? What do we come up with? Then, of course, by the time you start doing this, you're already in the realm of innovation and creativity. Look at this. You are sitting on the chair and you have your library, you are just sitting on your library in the same space. All you just need is to stretch your hand and you are there. You see? And then, you know, when you carry wine glasses on the table, you know the kind of game we do with spoon, that you carry egg and you have to run like this. You need a lot of balance. But now, you can just slot in the glasses and then you are in. You can serve people easily without worrying about spilling. You see? I mean, imagine this. So, it's just a way of, you know, catalyzing some thinking. As Neomas was trying to say, we can't be comfortable in every area. But we can borrow, we can stretch out, we can seek help. We're already within PASGA network. We also belong to other networks. Nothing is wrong. You are in economics, but you're not so strong in gender studies. But you have colleagues who are very strong. Build partnerships, learn from each other, bring the ideas in. Because that's the only way. When we see, the way we saw Dandora is a confluence of many things. It's beyond, obviously beyond the capacity of an individual to unpack. You need to leverage on the other, you know, knowledge domains. And as we said from the beginning, part of the critical imagination is that we have to figure out, you know, as we are thinking differently in our design, is there a chance that as we are doing it, we infringe on some people's rights? Of course, research, from the beginning. Research, once it entails gathering information about people, communities, is an intrusion into people's space from the beginning. How old are you? How many children do you have? How much do you earn in a month or in a year? Where do you live? I mean, so we have to be mindful of this from the beginning so that we don't harm those who have graciously volunteered to be part of our research. How do we prevent them from being injured? How do we avoid injustice in the process? We're going to have enough time to discuss all this along the line. This is just to whet our appetite. How do we guard against such? How do we open our eyes to the gender dynamics that are usually at play, but we don't see it? How do we take a pause and step backwards to say, what am I saying? How do I cater? How do I incorporate the gender element into my design? All these feed the critical imagination process. Any question? Any comment? Chief Ernesto, any observation, comment? Are we on the same page? Kabo. Any question? Are we home? Are we comfortable with critical imagination? Are we comfortable with flipping the thinking from the beginning? Are we comfortable with exploring paradoxes to feed the critical imagination? Okay, let's have Jane, because gender. Okay, so Jane, so we want Jane to clarify the question, then Ernest will come in.
So I want to find out how common sense is a challenge to critical imagination.
Okay.
Now, a strategy to overcome that challenge is to flip or explore questions that show paradoxes.
Okay.
Maybe we can also look at Swan's work. I mean, maybe in more details. For example, maybe in the 50s and 60s, if you go to a typical shop to buy a gin in a typical American market, what will you be looking for? You may be looking for blue gin, black gin, or nothing more. So it's not an issue. So by today, if you want to buy a gin, you needed to look at if it's blue, red, white, if it is flare, if it is tight, if it is whatever. So you have about 500 varieties of one single gin you are looking for. So what it means is that choices are shrinking instead of expanding, because it becomes difficult to make a choice. But as with I have just 4 things to choose, so easy. Yes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, you choose one. But within the abundance of choices, it's becoming problematic, and that's why his own theory about why more is less. Because more is supposed to bring freedom, but we are now in chain again, chained by our own choices. Do I appreciate where I'm driving at? So it's a way of thinking, because ordinarily, as when you're doing a research, and the research is focusing on choices, it will be a very straightforward way of thinking that if you want to increase choices, what you just do is if you want people to have freedom in choosing, you should create more varieties. But someone is saying creating more varieties is not a problem. Problem is maybe doing something more. It's about challenging our imagination. Because what are we talking about? Critical imagination is going beyond what is known. The other one looks simple. The general theory of choice is about freedom to choose. Now freedom that is the base for choice is no more, and it becomes problematic even on its own. I think that's actually where we're coming from. It's just a one way. These are not exhaustive. We have used about 4 strategies of dealing with critical imagination, but we have hundreds of them. You can always think beyond these 4, but this is a starting point. And the whole story is that we should flip the coin. We should look at the other ways of doing things rather than ordinary. Okay. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Ernest.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I came in very late. The simple thing that when I read this, I remembered somebody, a man, and this is gender positive. He gets shocked that a woman who opens a wardrobe full of clothes and says, "You don't have anything to wear."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But beyond that, too, on a serious note, I mean, again, I want to go to the area of reproductive health, and I know an uncle who happened to be a polygamist and had many children. And each of the kids were more interested in taking care of their mom. And the thing is that, after all, there are kids from the other mother, they should take care of him. My mother was not the first wife. The children of the first wife will say, Since he already had married other wives and they have other children, why should we be the one to... Our mother is old. We need to take care of the mother. At the end of the day, he has so many, yet. On this note, let us take a pause, have our tea, and cool off. Then we'll come back to the next session, which is going to be on causality. Thank you very much.
Shortly, we'll be speaking to Professor Aremu Fatai, and he is a professor of political science, University of Ilorin, here in Nigeria. He is also one of our key facilitators for the advanced training for multi-method and policy-oriented research happening here at Ibadan. Quickly, we'll cross over to him and then speak to him. We want to find out what has been the issues and then the key take-homes that participants will be living. You are welcome to Aau Television, Prof.
My pleasure.
Great. It's the second time I'm interviewing, and I'm so happy. Great. So, Prof, interestingly, why are we looking at multi-method research and also policy-oriented research in Africa?
Well, basically, multi-method research comes in handy because you cannot use one leg to work conveniently. You need two legs. And what that means is that if you lean on quantitative techniques only, you can only address those questions that quantitative techniques can address. But quantitative techniques cannot address all the questions.
Okay.
If you lean solely on qualitative methods, you can only deal with qualitative questions, leaving out quantitative questions unanswered. When you deal with policy issues, you want to plug all the holes. To be able to plug all the holes so that when you are putting across your findings, when you are putting across evidence to the end users, to the policymakers, you are presenting a foolproof product that you've tied all the loose angles, either quantitatively or qualitatively. That makes multi-method research stick.
So what is actually the gap in terms of, because I always say, we produce less than 1% of the global knowledge economy. So what are the key gaps that we've identified? And do we think the multi-method approach and the policy-oriented approach is the way to go?
There are many reasons that account for that, but we want to address the supply side.
Okay.
That is, first and foremost, do a good research. Have critical imagination embedded in the design. Make your research to be causal. Apply multi-method techniques to make sure those questions are properly answered. Deploy adequate concept formation that allows for clarity and precision in the usage of concepts. Deploy tools like typology to bring out the various categories of issues you are dealing with in a very clear and compelling fashion. So you deal with this supply side issue so that you have a product that is compelling, that is convincing. So whatever argument, whatever findings you are putting across is compelling and convincing. A good research is a good research everywhere. So when we address that, we are able to knock off a huge barrier to publishing in high-end journals, and then we can expand the scope of Africa's contributions to the global production of knowledge. Then other issues can then be addressed subsequently. Once we are able to produce high-quality studies, studies that bring in various angles that are strong on all fronts, then we can really push the boundary forward.
Great. And so one of the key concepts that we have been looking at is the multidisciplinary issues in research in Africa. It appears that people are so much boxed to their own ideologies, their own disciplines. How do we get our students, our academics, our lecturers go beyond their scope, go outside their box, and then kind of collaborate with others in other disciplines as well?
So the same thing, the same principles that applies to multi-method research also applies to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research.
Okay.
So what the technical word we've been using to our participants is trained incapacity, to avoid trained incapacity. That is, people are very territorial and they are very defensive of their territory. So economists will say, this is how we do it in economics. Geographers will say, no, this is geography. Sociology will say, okay, this is our own way. Historians will say, this is our own way. A good research is a good research. Science is universal. If you have a study that follows the scientific procedure, everybody will know. But no one discipline can answer all the research questions adequately. So you need to really broaden your scope. You have to see beyond your own boundary and stretch, move out of your comfort zone. That will entail borrowing across disciplines. If you don't have enough expertise, then you can bring in people with expertise in those areas you are deficient in, and you can collaborate and form partnership. There is nothing wrong about that. But the bottom line is that in that interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach is the way to go in order to improve the quality of our research.
Good. So let's go back to our universities. Most often than not, we have students who keep on complaining that their lecturers or their supervisors are not giving them the space. Also, some of them are complaining about resources and few other things. What do you think are the major constraints with regards to research in universities in Africa, and what must universities strategically do to kind of ameliorate or solve some of these problems?
So I've been in the university system for almost 2 decades now. I've really observed at very close range how higher education system is structured in Africa, and I've also been to a couple of other African countries and studied the higher education system. For the most part, the way our higher education system is structured is that it is rigid, it is linear, it is highly structured in such a way that you set out the template, which are usually generic, and you can't move out of it. The implication of that is that creativity and innovation has no space. It is limited. So we have supervisors who were supervised within that system and then continue with the same tradition. And when students are trying to innovate, they will be the one to say, no, don't do it that way. You either do it my way or you don't have the PhD or you don't move ahead. So we've not got so many people in the higher education system that will be very flexible and receptive to innovative ideas. So my thinking going forward is that we need to reform our higher education system, particularly the postgraduate programs, in a way that A, allows the supervisor to be flexible and receptive to innovative ideas in themselves. They should be capable of innovation and driving innovation in their student. B, to allow the students themselves to be innovation driven, to be very creative in their thinking. So what that will entail is that the system, we need to actually loosen its tight grip and be less generic in the way they approach higher education, teaching and learning, particularly supervision of projects.
Okay. Great. So let's come to the training. I know you've been a facilitator for some time now. What I know with this one also, we've not gone too far. This is the second day. But looking at the nature of the participant with their entry level knowledge and skills and everything, what should we be expecting in the next 14 days? And what will be the key outcomes that they will live with?
So I was in cohort 5, meaning I was in the third set. And now we are in cohort 23-24, meaning that I've really seen a number of generations of trainings. And what used to happen is that in the first stage like this, people come in and they are still struggling to find their bearing as to the kind of ideas we are putting across to them. Second, some of them will still bring that territoriality that they've been used to in. So as we move along, subtly, surreptitiously, we still continue to build on this, and you see people beginning to say, aha, I didn't know I could do this. So by the time we're getting to the 5th, the 6th day, and the final day, you see people who are completely transformed, and they are eager to go out there and start applying those new ideas that they've gathered over time. All the training programs I've had the privilege of facilitating, it has been the same experience. People will come to this training. By the time they are going out, they are completely different. They are transformed. They become completely different. They become less territorial. They become more flexible, they become more receptive, and they can try. They will become ready to try new ideas in their research. And we've seen a lot of wonderful development. People begin to win grounds. People begin to then break. They open doors to policy arenas they were not used to before, because now they can produce compelling evidence than they used to be.
Great. So yesterday when we had interaction with the student, one student made a very interesting remark that his concept note, he thinks by the end of the whole session will be torn into pieces. And we all laughed over it. But what do you think are some of the critical things you are sharing with them here that will make someone, a PhD candidate or let's say an academic, tear his or her complete concept note into pieces?
So if somebody comes into the program and at the end of the program it still has the concept note intact as it came in, then nothing has happened. So the essence of this training is to allow people to re-examine the way they used to do things and see whether they can do it better in different ways. So expectedly, those concept notes, those ideas, those variables, those designs that you had in the first instance, by the time you take the first session, the second session, you're in the second day, nobody will tell you. Yeah. It will become obvious to you that, oh, my questions were not causal. I was actually hovering around descriptive ideas, but I can go, descriptive research is good, but we need causal designs to address problems in the society. So it's not enough for you to describe that a problem is taking place. It's fine, but it's not enough. You need to dig to the root of not only why those problems are happening, but how they are happening, so that for a policymaker, for a legislator, he will know, I need to introduce a bill with these sections and subsections that will address these problems. So you are coming out as a researcher that is not only providing research for its own sake, but you are providing value-added research, a research that can help to solve problems in the society. So there is nothing wrong when somebody has the concept note that he brought in, becoming shredded somehow, and then new ones coming in, which we expect to be better than the initial one. I used to tell people to build a nice road. If you see a road that is not good, to build another road, you have to break the initial ones. You break it, scrap it, and then you lay a better one on it. So that's the experience that I can use to describe that.
Great. Yesterday I sat in your session where you looked at one thing that was intriguing and interesting to me, and was like a aha moment for me, had to do with the fact that, you know, when we start a research process, we don't even have a design in mind. Yeah. Like when you shared with us the beautiful mansion, yeah, and you also shared how the design was done. How can we seamlessly connect all these research processes to improve the quality and the relevance of what we do in the universities?
So ordinarily, what people do, I mean, I told you I've spent a little time in the university, and what people do is that you just sit down, maybe you've read some books, or you've read some articles, or you watched some things on TV, or you attended a conference, you go back home and just frame your topic. I want to do research on this. And the next day you start writing. You get a couple of literature and say, and before you know it, you are done. So, and you know, well, that there's a limit to the utility of that kind of approach. So what we are saying is that, okay, even if you have read, you've consulted literature, you've attended conferences, you have these ideas, you then take a pause and indulge in some reflections and critical imagination of how you want the whole study to look like. So when we showed the picture of the magnificent architectural structure, you like a nice building, but little will we know that the design, without the design, you can't end up with that beautiful building. So the same analogy applies to the kind of shoes we wear, the clothes we use, the cars we drive, and the houses we live. It started from design. Somebody paid due attention to the details. This is what is going to be here. This is the measurement of this space. This is how I'm going to pitch this structure. This is how much centimeter, how wide it will be. The same thing applies to research, so that from the beginning you have to think through the whole thing and how the parts will fall into place as you move along. It is when the design is ready that you can have a good research coming out of it.
Great. So if I give you $2 million as a researcher, as an academic, what will you do to change the face of research in African universities?
So what I will do first is the kind of thing we're doing right now to first build the capacity of frontline trainers and producers of evidence. They first need to know what is wrong with the existing system and how to do it better. The second layer I will go is to address structural barriers to transformation in higher education research. So how do we make our systems to be less generic? How do we make it a little flexible to allow room for innovation? Third is to break down the boundaries. People are locked in the boundaries. So I am an economist, I'm a political scientist. It's fine. There is no professional identity. Disciplinary identity is good. But we should know that even when you look at these disciplines very closely, their origin and evolution is in the first place interdisciplinary. In economics, you have elements of politics, you have elements of sociology, you have elements of law, you have elements of history, you have elements of psychology. And the same applies to other disciplines. There is no discipline that can purely, solely stand alone. So we need to invest in mindset transformation that will allow people to be more receptive to interdisciplinary collaboration and embedding ideas from other disciplines in their research. A confluence of these three along the line, I believe, will lead to an explosion in the quality of research across African universities.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, Professor Aremu. We are so much grateful for your time.
My pleasure.
Great. So we just finished a very beautiful and short conversation with Professor Aremu Fatai, and he is a professor of political science, University of Ilorin, here in Nigeria. My name is Kusi Sam. Thanks for watching.